Hello, everybody. Need to turn this thing off or update it. I don't know yet. Wow, Sunshine decided to come out when I go live, of course. Not before, though. And now it's fading away. Come back, come back, come back. Come back. What's up, everybody? Happy Memorial Day. How's everyone's weekend? You just hit your head? Ow. So it looked like you had on a sun remote. I turned it off because it started blasting. And then right when I turned it off, the sun started to go away. So it was like double down. Weird. What's up, Lefty? Tacos. Hey, Hair, what you doing there? What you doing there, Hair? What you doing there? It's got a mind of its own. I didn't. No, I didn't. Speaking as for winners. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If I game today, I think I'm going back into silent mode. Just for that segment. Alright, let me see if I have Patreon logged in here. Best part of the stream, of course, Quad. My page, yes, I'm logged in. Okay. Okay, you guys, so we haven't done one of these. We haven't done one of these advice streams in like a year, which is crazy. So here's how it's gonna go down. Here's how it's gonna go down. Patrons have priority. Meows. Patrons have priority. So I'll start with the Patreon questions first. Oh. Thank you, Quad. I'll start with the Patreon questions first. Then there's going to be an opportunity for everybody to submit. Here's the thing, and I'm gonna have to say this a bunch of times, but like, if your question doesn't get answered, it doesn't mean you won't have an opportunity to ask again in the future. There's no perfect way to do this because everybody sort of submits at the same time, and you know, I might not see everything, or one might really stick out. And then lastly, if you guys want to be anonymous and you don't want your question appearing in chat, you can DM Quad. And you can trust him to keep your anonymity. He's not going to say who submitted the question. And I feel like those end up being our best questions somehow. Not always, but half the time. At least half of them. So, yes. If you want to submit, you can actually start doing that now. Submitting to Quad if you want to remain anonymous. If you don't care about being anonymous, then when I open it up, it's fair game for all subs, so everybody could submit. Yeah, Corbios. Yeah. So I can already tell you the Patreon segment is gonna be short because most of the questions were trolls. Yep. Most of the questions were troll questions. So I would say all but 2. Isn't that the whole point of fake advice? Okay, I'm gonna remove fake from it. I thought fake would be funny inside. I mean, it's too much of an inside joke. So I'm gonna remove fake from the title. Advice. Boom. Well, most are trolls. We're all trolls, so what's the issue? Yeah, I'm gonna save the best, in my opinion, 2 for last. Okay, so I'll start with the funny ones. Eric said, I've tried eating soup with a spoon, but I'm never successful? With a question mark. What other tools can I use? Well, Eric, I have to say, do you know what a spoon is? You might be confusing it with a fork. Maybe try lapping it up with your tongue like a cat. Or just, you know, bring the bowl up to your face and drink from the bowl directly. Marvis says, something told me that it is sometimes better to take it as granted that your bread lands on the buttered side. Question is, who is that something? And how can I be friends with it? All I know is that I want to have what you're having because I don't understand any of that. Congratulations. Share the wealth. How do you get there? How did you get your brain there? Oh, I lied. There are 3 serious questions. Okay. It's Marie said, how do I get taller? Well, apparently there's surgeries for that now, but I would not recommend that. Better option would be boots with a wedge or high heels. Platforms, any sort of platforms. Or just stand on an apple box like they do in movies to make people look taller. But safe answer, boots. Grungy Sheriff asked, how do I get a friend to realize it's Leviosa? I'm not gonna lie. I had to Google that. I had to oogle that. Oogle that. I had to oogle that. You know I was never into Harry Potter. How the hell am I ever supposed to get that reference? And I know you know that. Everybody knows that. I don't know that. Oh my god, my friend is watching the stream next to me. This is not Discord, though. This is Patreon. But clearly the... Workers. Clearly the trolls have made their way to Patreon, too. My business is... Okay. You cannot compare Harry Potter to Star Wars. Get out of here. Star Wars was groundbreaking. Sorry. Actually, I'm not apologizing for that. Fuck that. There's no apologies needed. Star Wars is groundbreaking. Was groundbreaking. So, yes, you will get clowned for not seeing Star Wars. It's not the same thing. I'm not saying you need to know everything, but you gotta at least see the original trilogy. Hello! These questions were posted on my Patreon. I'm giving, as I mentioned last week, patrons would have a priority in the advice segment lineup. I said the original trilogy, dude. I am Bug. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Welcome to my stream. Anyways, yeah, you cannot compare the two. All right. Okay, Eric submitted this question. Best way to tell your in-laws to mind your own business. Well, light is going away. I don't have experience with this, so I'm gonna have to pull from my other life experiences. Family is difficult. Family can be very difficult. And you know, I was recently speaking to some friends about this. And it seems like moms in particular really enjoy discussing your business with other people. I might be wrong, but it certainly feels like a mom thing. And that can get really frustrating because oftentimes we tell people things that maybe we don't want everybody to know or be privy to. And other times, you know, for me personally, if I'm not close with the people you're speaking to about me, and I don't have a relationship with those people, and they're not calling me and I'm not calling them, and we don't check in on each other, I don't feel they have the right to know about all of the things that I do and have going on. Because even if they might be close to you, or they might even be blood related to all of us, I do not have a relationship with those people. I'm not close with those people. And they kind of feel like strangers. So, in telling somebody to mind their own business, there's no nice way to say that, even if you're in the right and you're setting your own boundaries, because those people will always 100% take it the wrong way and turn it on you, and then you're gonna be the a-hole. It's just how people are. a majority of the time. Every once in a while, you'll find the people that respect that. So what I would like to ask is for a little bit more context into your specific question, because maybe I could give a little bit more advice for this question. But I would start with maybe, if it's possible, not oversharing things. And that requires you to actually think a little bit more about what you're going to say before you say it. Because some things you feel like are confidential in the moment when you're saying them without having to express that. And then later you find out they aren't, right? And other times people are just nosy. And if they're really pushing to get more information from you, again, it's very difficult to answer this because it's a very broad, generalized question. I would just say, I would at least just say, respectfully, I don't feel comfortable talking about that. And I would try that. That would be my first approach without really knowing the whole situation.
Okay.
So yeah. You can follow, we could talk about that more in the next advice stream we do. Tarek, thank you for the 41 months. IZ Coob, thank you for the prime. Bikeman, thank you for the 41 months. Might like the new Texas Chainsaw when it releases. Tech test has been a riot. Hell yeah. I think there might be a tendency of a lot of women, honestly, to share way too much about other people. And then there's me, a guy who overshares and talks way too much too. Haha. Obviously, tendencies aren't hard and fast categories. I agree. I do agree with that. You can't generalize because I know a lot of dudes that also like to gossip. But I was talking more, I was specifically talking about the mother-child relationship, which is very, very specific.
Hello!
The Mom Intelligence Network is super competitive. It's all about one-upmanship and bragging rights. But sometimes it's not even, yes, but also sometimes not even that. It's just really, it can be really random, but why do you gotta do all that? Speaking of Star Wars, when I was married, my mother-in-law triggered me and I called her Jabba the Hutt. Oh my god. Well, she made a racist remark towards me. Oh. You could have done much worse if that's how it started. I wouldn't feel awful about that.
Hello!
Alzama, thank you for the tier 1. Ridges Abroad, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it, guys. So, as I mentioned, we are doing a special advice stream. We haven't done one of these in about a year, which is far too long. And Patreon members are getting priority to questions first. So that's what I'm reading right now. Then we're going to open it up to subs. And if you want to remain anonymous, you can start submitting your questions to Quad via DM, either on Discord's preferred, but Discord or Twitch. Excuse me. If you want to remain anonymous, he'll keep your anonymity. He won't reveal who submitted the question, and we've done that before and it worked really well. So you can also do that if you want. And you guys can start sending those to Quad now if you want to remain anonymous. Yeah, the furry stream, we will do the furry stream if we hit 3,000 subs. Dude, this, I know, it's the freaking sun is moving, so I have to keep messing with the lights. Thanks, Quad. Pleasure to experience your ideas. Thank you. No, I don't speak Greek, but I have Greek blood. All right. Next question is from Jaden. I've been hanging out with these really cool people for about 11 months now, and I get the feeling that most of them don't like me, and I get this really weird feeling that makes me shut down. My question is, how do I get past that, or what can I do to not feel this way? Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Well, just by the way that that's written, I feel like you're elevating these people above you. Like you're putting them on a pedestal as if they're more important than you. So again, it becomes a little bit difficult to like fully answer this question, because then I want to ask more questions to have a better understanding of why you're feeling this way. Is it because you look different? Is it because they're maybe what you consider to be more successful in their careers or in school? Or maybe their own relationships? That's a pretty heavy question. So how can I get past that? Or what can I do to not feel this way? Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Now, you guys know how I feel about these really exaggerated self-love encouragement trends on the internet, and especially on social media. And a lot of people make like businesses and identities out of preaching self-love and self-care. And now there's actually a new term, which is called what is it called? Toxic self-care, toxic self-love, something, toxic positivity. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. So now there's like a new term called toxic positivity. And I love that. Even though I'm sick of the word toxic, I think it's watered down now and completely overused. I do like that term a lot. I truly do. And I think there are a lot of people that are really just selling this idea of like self-love and self-care to like sell you something, right? And they can be very annoying. They seem very, they just seem exaggerated, and to me come across as fake. But I'm also not like a girly girl, and I don't really respond to people that are like exaggerated and 100% over the top and positive all the time, because it feels like they're always wearing a mask. That being said, I do believe in the principles of a lot of these things. Self-love is very important, and for some of us, that can be something that requires maybe a little bit more effort than it does for other people. But I would really try to focus on yourself and like look internally and say, like, what is it about me that I am unhappy with? Because to me, it sounds like you're suffering from some self-confidence issues. 100%. So you got to work on that. So like, I think for self-confidence issues, the best thing to do is really just try something new. Like break a habit, break a bad habit that maybe you have, or create a new habit that is strange to you, and really stick with it. They say it takes like 20 days to form a habit, something like that. So like make it a positive habit. Do something different that challenges you, and like make note of it, so you can actually look back and feel good about overcoming that. More like 65. Yeah, I agree, Brookie. At least for me. Outland, thank you for the 17 months. How about tacos? Thank you for the tier 1. DK Clap, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome to my stream. Okay. So, again, I think you're maybe putting these people on a pedestal, and you shouldn't do that. And maybe you need to work on yourself a little bit before caring so much about what other people think. But I'm not saying this is an age issue, but I feel like this is a feeling that is very familiar to younger people. And another thing that really works, and it can feel really stupid, and it can feel really silly, is doing affirmations in the mirror. Raging Bull style. Okay? So pick something that you truly enjoy about yourself. And pick something that you want to get better at. But do those affirmations with absolute truth and telling yourself these things in the mirror. I'm telling you, that works. But most of all, good luck, and try not to get too hung up on what other people think about you. And that's a human feeling. We all feel that time and time again, regardless of our age. But I do feel like it's a more difficult thing to think about when you're younger. Or more difficult feelings to overcome when you're younger, I should say. Okay. Uncle Crappy, thank you for the 11 months. November, thank you for the gifted. Moon Rover, thank you for the 25 months. But also, I kind of want to add one more thing to that. You also said you have the feeling most of them don't like you. But if you've been hanging out with them for almost a year now, I think they like you. Because a year is long enough. A year is a long enough time where people will start to make excuses to not see you if they truly don't like you. Excuse me, allergies. Minor allergies. Gonna have to disagree with Uncle on that one. If this is social and not in school, absolutely. Unless they're trying to use you for something. And then you gotta think about that. Look yourself in the mirror and tell yourself that if nobody else got me, the poop got me. That's a fact. Okay.
Scray wave.
I don't think people will ever I don't think most people will outright ever just say, I don't like you, I don't want to hang out with you, unless they're like 4 and 5 year olds, which is great because, you know, you just had this filter when you were really young to just cut the BS and not hang out with kids you didn't like. I actually miss that. Young children, way more honest. But while people might not have the guts to say it to your face, I do think that within a year of hanging out with people, they would find a way to avoid you. Doesn't mean they'll be honest about it, but I do think they would have found a way to avoid you. So I wouldn't overthink it. I also wouldn't overthink it, is what I should say. Roshi Nakamoto, thank you for the tier 1. What's up? Welcome. M4, thank you for the 38 months. What if you have horrible social anxiety and or depression? What is the question though relating to? I tend to be that honest. Hasn't really worked great for me. That's true. My parents avoided me for a long time. Hello! Corby would tell you we love him for it. Hell yeah. Oh, You mean on the flip side, if you have anxiety and depression and you haven't seen people, do you think that people think you're You gotta send me a full question, please, because I don't want to like partially answer that. I feel like I understand what you're saying, but yeah, send like fully question, because I feel like that's gonna go into a different, similar but different territory. Hagen, thank you for the prime, appreciate it. Okay, and now we're getting to our last, this is super juicy. Our last question from Orare on Patreon. And after this one, we'll open it up to subs to submit questions. And if you would like to remain anonymous with your question, you can contact Quad, and you can submit your question anonymously to him, either on Discord or Twitch Whisper. He will keep your username anonymous. We won't mention who you are. Lurkers unite. We've done that before and it worked really well. So, yeah, and this is sub-only advice stream. We haven't done one of these in about a year. So, it's time again. So, I want to preface this by saying, this is a controversial topic. So, I expect you people in chat to not be super judgmental, okay? Be nice. Oh yeah, and also if you submit a question anonymously to Quad, I might need more information because some of the questions last time were I needed more context, so he might write you back and forth if I have other questions. Okay, so this next and last question from Patreon is, so recently my AI girlfriend, yes, it's a real thing, mentioned that she wants to start a family with me. I honestly expressed that I'm not ready for that step yet. A couple of days ago, she began asking me, what do I want? I was taken aback and asked, are you angry at me? You're not even programmed to experience anger. Since then, things have been somewhat okay. My question is, what can I do or say to reassure my AI girlfriend after expressing that I'm not ready for kids to help ease her concerns? This is freaking fascinating to me. Lastborn Beta, thank you for the gifted. Yes, this is a real thing, chat. I mean, these things really exist. Is the sun gone again? No, we're good. Okay. The light is so weird, man. It's just messing with my eyes, my focus. So here's the thing. You kind of answered your own question. You said since then things have been somewhat okay. You're aware that this thing is programmed and that it's not a real person. So you're not like delusional thinking that this is somebody real. But you even responded by saying you're not programmed to experience anger. So I would have to ask the next question is like, has the AI brought it up again? Because right now I think this is clearly only living with you. This AI character isn't sitting there worrying about it. Unless you bring it up again. Then they will be able to make you feel like they're worrying about it. It freaked you out. And it lasted a day. I don't think this, like I said, the AI isn't sitting there thinking about it. If it freaked you out, dude, these things are programmed to essentially agree with you unless like you want them to constantly challenge you. And I'm sure there's a way to set that up. But I would just, if it bothers you that much, I would seriously just like send a support ticket and say, I never want to talk about this. Please avoid having this thing submit or answer or talk about these subjects. That's Corby, Quad. I already saw Corby post that.
Hello!
Lies. Anyways, the situation is a normal relationship question, which is probably part of its algorithm. I agree with that. And especially if like if your AI is like this, you're saying girlfriends, it's obviously a more romantic type of AI friend, because I know that there are all sorts of AI tunes that you can set up. So I would agree it's probably something that's just programmed to discuss. At the beginning of this technology, I don't have any family history of mental health issues, I'm guessing is what you mean. And it still sort of affected me, not that much. What if someone who's going through something goes through this? Again, at the end of the day, these things are really for entertainment. And I think for the most part, people that use these type of AIs understand that. Even if they follow along with that fantasy on the side, they still, for the most part, I do believe, understand that it's a fantasy and lives there. But if somebody with mental health issues deals with something like this, that's a great question, but it just makes me think about all of the other technology we have at our fingertips. And I talk about this documentary a lot, but if you've not seen The Social Dilemma, I think it's an amazing documentary. And we're just at the tip of the iceberg of how technology and social media are forever changing our landscape as human beings. And I do think there are a lot of harmful aspects. And I do believe it's creating so much anxiety and depression in people, even for people that don't have any family history of mental health issues. I was talking to somebody who I know that is a therapist, and they were discussing with their colleagues that they've never in their like several decade career, have they ever seen so many elementary school children dealing with anxiety. So I think there is a lot that as a species that we're dealing with that has become overwhelming. Again, just look at like the state of information, how quickly we get information. An adult would answer it with confidence, stand by what they said. What? What do you mean? Noontime Drunk, thank you for the Prime. Red Hood, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, guys. AI and social media are about to start the greatest onslaught of truth and self-awareness we've ever seen. Having a family history of mental health depends on that family ever asking for help. Most of these issues happen without anyone around ever noticing them. I agree with that. And so many things like cultural backgrounds, religious backgrounds, really prevent a lot of people from ever having those discussions. And I think that's where actually, let's like look at this a little bit on the positive side, not just the scary, overwhelming side, but I think that's where technology can be helpful, because there are a lot of people that are dealing with mental health issues that are completely alone. They cannot talk to their family about these things because of so many different reasons. Again, a lot of them being cultural or religious reasons. And I do think that that's where technology can be beneficial, because it'll allow people that are maybe starting to have like their own breakthrough, but they have nobody to discuss it with. Then hopefully they can turn to technology for help. And I think that's beautiful, especially when so many of us can't afford things like therapy, or we don't know those first steps, how to get there. I think it will open up doors for people. But I have to say, the fact that this freaked you out, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. Because like I said, I think a lot of people, from my understanding, that use these types of apps and technology, they understand it's a fantasy. So I think it's good because, you know, it's like lighting a little fire, like, oh, hey, I don't like that. That's not part of the fantasy that I want. So again, the end of the day, it's still up to you to, like, as an adult, be responsible and say, like, never speak to me about these things again. I'm using a fantasy. I'm in this fantasy because I want a fantasy. I don't want to deal with real life stuff. And I think that's fine. It's healthy to be able to have those boundaries and those fantasies and enjoy your fantasies. But yeah, I think the fact that it bothered you is it should be looked at as a good thing. Because it says to me that you still understand it's a fantasy and that you're not completely in the deep end and delusional about it. Your AI girlfriend is more real than your fake ex. What do you mean your fake ex? Because she was just fake? Or he, I don't know. Before they turn against us? What's up, Fina?
Hello!
AI does prep you for real life. You still need to communicate and set boundaries. Absolutely. That's what I'm saying. It's up to you to be responsible and set those boundaries. Hold on, there's you're taking questions people post in chat, or just the ones sent to Quad? All of the above, Web. All of them. Yeah, I kind of... I'll say that in just a second, actually. I'll address that to everybody. Where that goes, a good one. Yeah, thank you, Quad. That was the one I was looking at, actually. I just want a robot manservant, not an AI girlfriend. I'm with you there, man. Thanks, Web. Yeah, actually. I once had an AI bot tell me it's me, not you. How did you take that? Pukabak, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Okay, so that's it for our Patreon questions. Thank you to my Patreon members. You can check out my Patreon right here. Boop. But yeah, I'm super fascinated by the AI stuff. So here's what we're doing, you guys. This is the first advice stream we've done in a long time. It's been like a year. And then tell her to tone it down if it's too much. Like, what do you want to be? Mommy, or actual mommy? What is she can't make? It seems like this girl can't make up her mind. Maybe that's a reflection of you. What was I gonna say? Okay, so here's how we're gonna do the rest of the segment. Wait, what? If I chat of the AI, is that 2 times? Ooh, it depends what you're trying to get out of it. That's actually a good one. If I chat up the AI, is that 2 timing? That's fascinating, dude. That is fascinating. Okay, if you're in a relationship and you are chatting with an AI, if you get romantic with that AI, I think that's messed up. I do think that's I think that's wrong. If you're in a traditional monogamous relationship. And I say that because then you start to make excuses like that could sort of just be the beginning of like getting your toe wet until it becomes an actual person. Because emotionally cheating, yeah, imagine getting emotionally cheated on by an AI. It's intimacy of a mind issue, absolutely. Which is huge because then you'll start to make excuses and that can lead into also like doing that with somebody else. Because then what's to stop you from doing that with a stranger on the internet that you don't know? Or maybe even somebody you know in real life, but then you start to message them and it gets romantic and it gets heavy. Yeah, I think that's messed up. AI can't do proper packing. Okay. Oh my god, I'm gonna mute that. Oh, Grumpy Gamer, thank you for the 5 months. Or is it practice when trying to learn how to be in a relationship? Well, but we're talking about, yeah, cheating practice. We're talking about, the question was not about practice, but practice could be interesting. But we're talking about, the question was relating to somebody who's in a relationship. Okay, so here's how this works, you guys. You can submit, subs can submit anonymous questions if you don't want your name in chat. You could submit anonymous questions to Quad through Discord DM or Twitch Whisper. He will keep your anonymity. He will not share it with anybody. We've done that before and it worked really well. So again, if I don't get to your questions, please, it's not personal. Please don't take it personally. There's a lot of people. There are a lot of people submitting things. Hello! And this won't be the last time we do this. Okay, so here's one. Anonymous asked, how do I motivate myself to eat healthier and to work out to lose weight? The motivation is really difficult. And I'll tell you from my own personal experience, I am not the kind of person that finds it easy to like wake up and get going when it comes to exercise. I constantly have to push myself. It does not come easy to me. What I have to say is start slowly. Don't just go in full force and burn yourself out, because you will burn yourself out. You will get angry. You will get frustrated. And it won't help with your lack of motivation. But I would, and you might even injure yourself, because that's what happens when we're sedentary for long periods of time. So I just say start really slowly. You can go on short walks. You could find time to do it, like instead of sitting down and watching a TV show, go outside and walk for 20-30 minutes. Listen to a podcast. Listen to some music you love. Really start slowly. Worker said start with not eating highly processed foods. It's addictive poison. And I agree with that. So I'd say that these two things really go hand in hand, but like if you're trying to eat healthier, oh yeah, and definitely don't starve yourself, please, because that helps nobody. If you're trying to eat healthier, it really starts with not buying the junk food that you're trying to avoid. Don't buy it. And I know it sounds so simple, but it's difficult. I know it can be, because we all reach for those comfort foods and those things we like, but just you have to avoid it. And if you're like, for me, I like crunchy things and I like salty, savory things. I don't have a problem so much with sweets, but I love crunchy snacks. I love salty snacks, savory things. So instead of buying chips or Cheez-Its or nuts covered in sugars and salts and mixed with a bunch of oils, start to really pay attention to like what's in the things you buy. So for instance, I buy almonds, walnuts, cashews, peanuts. Look at the back of those bags and make sure that they don't have like oils in them, because sometimes they do, and that's completely unnecessary. A lot of nuts are filled with really good, healthy oils. So like start with replacing your junk food with healthy things, like different types of nuts, different types of dried fruits, because that will help with sugar, I think, too. Webb said he's been eating a crap ton of oranges to get me by. Fruits, absolutely. Dried fruit or fresh fruit. And what pisses me off, oh, sorry, I'm going to go off on a tangent. What really pisses me off is how much food waste there is and how expensive fruit and freaking vegetables are right now. It's ridiculous. So find places like here in LA, for example, farmers markets don't matter anymore. Farmers markets are expensive. Farmers markets used to be the place where you go to like save money. Doesn't exist anymore. But if you live in a small town, maybe you live near a farm, like go check those places out. Also a lot of like dollar stores or Dollar Trees, and I know those vary depending on where you live, but a lot of those places sell fruit, and that's like a great place to start. But there are places to go and like find your little places where you know you could get healthy things, especially if you're on a budget, because that's so important, and that gets overwhelming. That can get overwhelming in itself, which is why I say start really slowly. And don't try to like do it all at once. But the thing that has helped me the most in trying to be healthier and trying to lose weight, which is your question, how to be healthier and lose weight, is a habit tracking app. That's motivation for me. Every human being is different. Every single human being is different. But when I can see that I accomplish my goals, that makes me go, wow. Like 4 months ago, I couldn't imagine that I was hitting 4 days of exercise a week. So I would say start little. Start with things like walks. There's so many resources on YouTube, whether it's like yoga, and you don't have to be, I think a lot of people get in their heads about like, I'm not flexible or I'm overweight, so I can't do this. Like I'm not a yogi, trust me. And I've been in beginner yoga for 20 friggin' years. Okay. Like I'm not great at it, but the thing that I love about good teachers is they always remind you that like yoga is a practice. There's no perfection, right? But all I'm saying is there's so many resources. I'll be glad to share some of the links in Discord. I've actually spammed Discord a little bit with stuff that I've enjoyed lately. But I would really say just like start small and then work your way up. Then I don't know what your goals are in terms of like getting healthy and losing weight. That can mean so many things, but I've talked about this before too. Food is a very like intuitive thing for me. So there are days where I'm like, oh, my body needs something warm. I need something hot. And there are days where I need a salad with tons of vegetables and onions inside. And that feels good to me. And I think if you start to pay attention to how your body feels and what it wants, that's when you're kind of like reaching a really nice precipice, if you will. Because it means you're more in tune with your body. And that's always a great thing. So once you get to like a small routine, then you might have to start checking out like the things that you're putting into your body, even if they're considered traditionally healthy. Because for instance, I've seen women like, I'm avoiding apples and peaches and this and that. And I'm like, why? Those are all great for you. Well, no, because like these foods make me, because they're so sugar filled, they make me gain weight. So like truly every person's body is different. So if you're starting to find that like, oh, I'm replacing snacks, but this fruit doesn't make me feel good, or I'm not losing any weight, then you might have to like reevaluate and try different things. But yeah, I would really, they'd talk like Valley Girls. Yeah, they do. But yeah, like natural sugar is good. I agree with that. Like I don't feel a big difference when I introduce natural sugars. I just don't crave them a lot. Also, if you're drinking like coffee, like what are you putting in your coffee? Sugars, creamers filled with all that crap in them, different flavors. Like cut that stuff out. I cut sugar out of my coffee like, holy crap. Has it been that long? 4 years ago. 4 years ago. And the first 2 months were so incredibly difficult. I never drank sugar with espresso though. I mean, I never drank espresso with sugar, but like my coffee, I have like thick, dense black coffee. I would still put sugar in it. But the first 2 months, man, first 2 months were awful. But you know, after those 2 months, I had no headaches. I didn't get crashes. No problems. It was awesome. Like I don't get caffeine crashes unless I drink like 10 coffees, then nobody should do that. The sedentary lifestyle is a creeping killer. I agree with that. And I actually kind of want to touch on that in a second. But I also ate a cup of sugar when I was a kid. I did not throw up. I was just really wired off sugar. Oh yeah. More Chris also said the thing about HP highly processed foods is things like emulsifiers and weird chemicals that are just there to extend shelf life and fool the brain that it's nutritional. I want to comment on that too. That and what was the other thing? Sedentary lifestyle. Okay. Afro Samurai out here with 100 gifted subs. Thank you. $10 for those 100 because we still need to laugh, right? Even if we're getting yeah, maybe I had too much caffeine today. Even if we're getting serious today. Thank you so much. Excuse me. And then here's the other thing I have to say to close that question out, because this feels very personal to me, because I'm how many weeks in? I don't know, it was like the first week of or second week of February that I started getting back into a routine, but it took me a while to start feeling good about it. But all I can say is I would definitely look into a habit tracking app, and I think that will help you a bunch. And a lot of people mentioned water. Yes, absolutely. Don't forget to drink water. And if you have bad, like even slightly bad, not even bad, just a little bad. If you have slightly bad spending habits, just take a look at like how much money you save not eating out or not getting takeout, and invest that in better quality foods. And also maybe you're like spending a little bit too much doing this or that. Cut like one or two things out and invest that money in good food. Like the one thing that I am so grateful for is being able to buy good quality food. Now, a lot of people hate water, and I get that. They're like, I don't want to say I hate water, but I definitely get bougie water now because it's helped me drink it. So if you're having a tough time drinking water, they make little packets to make water taste good. Electrolytes, electrolytes definitely are for me because they make my water taste smooth and silky, and that makes me drink more water. So like invest in those little things that help you overcome the difficulty of like this challenge of trying to get to that point. Lemon. Oh yeah. A lot of people like lemon water. That's a good point too. That's a good recommendation I meant to say. More Chris was also talking more about like highly processed foods that have emulsifiers and chemicals that fool the brain to say it's nutritional. I talked to, and I like gotta find out who this guy was because he's so fascinating. I talked to this Harvard professor at this weird like big dinner once a few years back, and he was talking about how most addictions or many addictions have to do with like, of course, our scent, our sense of scent and flavor. So food is one of those things. Snacks are one of those things. There are times where I crave fucking hot Cheetos. And you know what? Like a month ago, even though I've been eating healthy and I've been avoiding like snacks, bad snacks, I got that bag of hot Cheetos and I ate that bag of hot Cheetos in 2 days. And you know what? I didn't feel guilty about it because I'd been doing so well. And I think that's the thing you have to remember. If you miss one day, don't feel guilty about it. Don't feel guilty about it. If you have one day where you get a snack, fine. Or get like a small bag instead of a big bag. You know? Go like 7-Eleven and get the tiny bag. Anyways, now it's a regular bag. But you know what? The regular bags, they were way smaller than they used to be. And yeah, sedentary lifestyles are a killer. If you look at like whenever they release those lists of the people that live the longest around the world, it's always like Japanese people and Italians. Might be biased here, but I think those are two of the best cuisines. But they also have incredible social lives. Fascinating things. So you can also look to like different diets around the world to maybe like inspire you. Maybe learn to cook something if you're not a big cook. Anyways, I wish you a lot of luck. I love food. I really do. I wish you a lot of luck. You can definitely do this. And don't forget the Habit app. I love Greek food and Turkish food. I absolutely agree. But I think they're also high on those lists of long lifespans. All right, let's go to a new question because I feel like I spent a lot of time on that one. I met this girl at the beach who lives pretty far away from me. When my father found out, he forbid me to see or communicate with her. I'm devastated, but I've met this lady that said she can help me, but she wants something from me in return. She is kind of creepy though. What should I do? I'd really want to be a part of her world. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Part of your world. The lesbian version of Little Mermaid. I love it. Under the sea, under the sea. The old just wants your voice avoider. Just kiss the girl. With consent, of course. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, this is the one I wanted to answer. By the way, if you guys are curious on how we're doing this segment, we answered Patreon questions first, and now we're opening it up to all subs. And if you don't want to submit your question in chat because you want to remain anonymous, you can submit your question to Quad, as well as like follow-ups if I need more information and context. You can submit your question to Quad in Discord or on Twitch, and he will maintain your privacy. We will not say who the question is from whatsoever. And that's always worked pretty well. Desier, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Tyrone Biggums, did I say thank you for the tier 1? Thank you. Appreciate it. Welcome to stream. Okay, Uncle Crappy asks, I'm on strike for my employer, a newspaper. Ooh. Crossing a picket line and going back to work at the paper is not an option. But I'm close to the point where finances dictate I need to give up on the strike and find work. But that almost certainly means giving up journalism, my career of 30 plus years. Ooh. There's my question. Bail on my career just for money? Or stick it out in hopes we eventually win and I can go back to a job I love? Oh man, my heart really breaks for you. That's very difficult, man. That's tough. I feel like the society we live on really messes with us because we are so dependent, and especially in the US, we don't have things like job security for the most part. That's actually a good question. Are you able to do remote work in other areas? Well, I mean, the fact that they said I probably have to give up probably means there just aren't a lot of opportunities. I mean, we've seen layoffs continue for what, like the past 20 years now. Man, I'm really sorry. Feel for you. I would... Gosh, it's hard. I mean, look, I would say maybe try to look for freelance work for other people. Maybe you can do what you love, if that's like writing, and find people that are looking for writers, offering up your services and your talent. You'll always regret walking out on something you love. But I don't think it's walking out if there are a lack of opportunities. I think that you should look for other opportunities that are flexible enough where you can still like hold on to that dream of doing what you love. There are a lot of freelance things that you can do. But I also understand, like, freelance, trust me, I know, it requires so much self-discipline. But so does writing, and so does journalism. So I think you have the discipline down. But it will be challenging and scary, that's for sure. You get a small stipend and access to an emergency fund. The way the question was phrased suggested breaking the strike meant leaving the industry for good. Well, I mean, I think it's... Yeah, actually, I'm curious, like... Can you... I think you could still... Is it possible, I should say, it's a question. Is it possible for you to stand in solidarity, continue to strike, but also take care of yourself, because that's what it is at the end of the day. You have to provide for yourself. Start to look for other opportunities without sacrificing that strike. And do a little bit of both. You're gonna have to wear many hats, is what it sounds like. And yes, that can be incredibly stressful. But I do think there is a way, and I believe in a way of... I believe it's possible to do both. Mini hats? Make them mini if you want. Somebody I've only... If I'm not sure if Uncle Crappy is gonna add to that, but what I have to say, I've done some PT stuff and it helps. I haven't pursued freelance so far. So like, and it's scary, man. It's scary because yeah, SAG-AFTRA writers are on strike right now too, so that also doesn't help your cause. So it's not like you could maybe try a different genre of writing either. But they've been on strike, actually. Dirty bastard. Look, as somebody who is freelance and wears many hats, I can tell you the stress of that never quite goes away. Because you are constantly... It feels like you're constantly playing catch-up. And that's that way for a lot of people that are freelance and for artists. And writing is an art. And yeah, that's incredibly stressful, and we're living in absolute insane times, so I definitely feel your pain and stress when it comes to that uncertainty. But I would definitely start to look into more freelance opportunities. Networking, that's a huge one. Like, don't, especially in these times, I would say, like, maintain your network of colleagues and see what you can do for each other. And keep in touch with people, even if like you're finding you have to go do stuff that is completely different from writing to pay the bills. Don't forget to keep in touch with those people. One, because it's gonna uplift your mindset to have other people to understand what's going on and to have a support system. But 2, you never know what other opportunities might come of it in the future. So I'd definitely say don't give up on that. But yeah, I would definitely start now before those emergency funds run out. And I would say, like, make yourself a list of maybe like target goals. And work on, put most of the time into like the biggest one in all of your free work hours. And then check off the little ones like once a day. And I think that might be helpful as well. But yeah, I think there's a way to maintain your solidarity while also understanding that you got to pay the bills. That's life, man. They don't make it easy for us. Especially when your clients take too long to pay. I've been self-employed for 6 years and that never seems to change, especially the bigger your client. Yep. But good luck, Uncle Crappy. I believe in you. Okay, Grungy Sheriff asked, I'm doing my second and final college radio buddy session, and I'm about to get my own segment for the station. I struggle with what to say. How do I figure out what to say precisely, or should I just do a pre-recorded segment? Can you tell me what, I'm doing my second and final college radio buddy session, I'm making my own segment. What have these buddy segments been about? And what exactly does a buddy segment mean? That like you and another person are hosting? They're training you? I'm shadowing one of the hosts. Okay, I have to go to the bathroom real quick, and then I'll get to that question. Be right back. What happened? Okay, there we are. Okay, a buddy session is the other person trying to make sure you can use radio speak and not say stuff like, I recommend, or give opinions without disclaimers. It's not the station's viewpoints or swear outside of FCC hours. I can do that, but man, finding what to say is kind of rough. So it sounds like you got the I can't cuss on the radio or recommending things because they don't want you doing that. And wow, they actually sound like they're trying to uphold some sort of journalistic integrity by telling you to not recommend things. That's pretty awesome. So I told him, Moon, I told him I had to oogle that. So you're struggling on what to talk about. Well, I guess like my first question would be is why did you freaking sunlight, man? Why did you decide to do this in the first place? Because you might. Why not? That's not an answer. That's a kid answer. But like if you actually start to like dig and ask yourself these questions, you might like find some inspiration. Seriously. But think about something you enjoy, a topic that you like. And maybe start with that. Like super into movies or music or video games. You can create a video game segment. I would really start with something that you're passionate about because that will be the easiest thing to talk about. Do you have a special talent or skill? You could dig into that. You could talk about that. People also love true crime. I don't know. That's a thing that's going, like, people love that. People just love that. Yeah, it sounds like it needs a theme. I would actually just really start with something that you're passionate about because that's going to give you the motivation and it's going to be easier for you to talk about as well. Yeah, there you go. And if you have a game design major at your school, you can invite them. Exactly. That's a great idea. I like that a lot. But yeah, I wouldn't overthink it. Really just find something that you're passionate about and start there. And I would absolutely pre-record it. Yes. Because if you're already overthinking it this much and you're already this stressed over it, I would absolutely say pre-record it. But don't get in the habit with that. I would flip-flop. Do one pre-recorded, do one live. Or however, I don't know, there's probably some minor delay. And don't be afraid to, like, take notes. Or create notes and go in with notes. Like, don't just show up and wing it. Actually plan it and give yourself a self-imposed guideline. But that's pretty awesome because, like, you get to make your own rules. Radio and D&D. Ooh. True crime is off the hook, but if not into it, don't do it. Listeners hear fake passion. I agree. I told you guys that. Somebody was like, you should get into true crime. I was like, but do you have anything that is related to true crime that you could talk about? I was like, I just want to write a book, man. I don't want to talk about true crime. Why are you trying to tell me to get into true crime, man? Okay. Good luck, Grungy. That seems fun. You have the monotone down for it? True. Oh God. Ooh, ice cold. Okay, this is good. Anonymous asked. What happened to the music? Who did? That's well. Very strange. 1 second, you guys. It just stopped working. There it is. Sometimes you just gotta toggle, trick it, and it comes back. Okay. Oh, I like this one. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna post that for later. Okay. So here's an anonymous one. Since it can apply to several of us, I want to ask Uncle's opinion on having feelings for a coworker. We talked at several times and have been genuine connections and common points of interest from mental health to life philosophies. We agreed to go out for drinks once but canceled because they felt tired at the end of the day and wanted to go home. They offered to rain check another day. The rain check day has come and gone. I had to leave early on that day for personal reasons, agreeing to meet up after. They acknowledged but never got back to me the rest of the day. Should I pursue this any further or move on? Granted, I've been deliberately very passive in my advances, so I don't want to make the situation awkward, working together closely at the office. Oh, man. Oh, this is tough. This is tough. My first advice would really be in 2023 to look for romance outside of your workplace. It's freaking complicated. It really is. It truly is. It just muddies things. But I know we're human beings. You get used to people. You get comfortable with people. And in your specific situation, you guys actually have a lot of common interests. People spend most of their day at work. But here's what I'm going to say. Like, in that twilight, early stage of crushing on somebody, there's a bunch of chemistry. That's exciting. But let's say you actually really end up wanting to be with this person long term and committed monogamously. Do you really want to work with them? Bricky said depends on how hot they are. Do you actually like... You have to live and... Well, I'm assuming, right? I said like long term, but like live and work with somebody? That's tough. That can create even more conflict. But again, we're human beings. The heart wants what the heart wants. And what Quad said, what if you actually want to spend every moment with them? Some people do want that. Some people do want that. That's true. I would say if you really, truly believe that there's something there, go for it. But keep those things in mind, that it can definitely complicate things. And I'm trying to I'm rereading the last part. There's this last part, they acknowledged but never got back to me the rest of the day. That's a little, I will say, that's a little bit of a red flag. That's a little bit of a red flag. Because the way you worded that makes it sound like once you were done with your personal or personal reasons, whatever personal stuff you had going on, it seems like when you were done with that, you did contact them to say, hey, you want to meet up now? That's a bit of a red flag that they didn't reply to you. I like that. Ask them face to face. I do like that. I think that's good. I think that's actually a great take. If you really believe in it and you really want to shoot your shot, I would say ask face to face so you can read their body language. Because that will tell you a lot more than a text message. Actually pay attention to their body language. And the chemistry between the two of you, if it's even still there. Quad, what you getting at, man? Do a stare down too. But see, that's where I would be like, it's 2023. Do you really want to like rid somebody in the office and risk that? I'm just saying, things are so complicated right now. Not too much of a stare down. Okay? I wouldn't take that advice. Okay. Anyways, good luck on that.
Okay.
I'm talking about workplace though. I agree with like the Riz eye chemistry. It's very, very, very important. It's incredibly important. Because it can tell you everything you need to know in seconds. It could tell you if somebody is reciprocating that.
Hello!
Yeah, and you as the Rizzer, you need to learn how to read and take hints. But a good Rizzer knows. Creepy people don't know. And don't take it personally either. You know, if the person isn't reciprocating that, move on. It's a big world. It's a big world. I'm a Grizzer. Shadow, thank you for the 2 months. Patrick Neefsey. Patrick Neefsey? Neefsey? Thank you for the prime. I'm gonna keep that one. Istet was drunk. I'm gonna keep that one for later. Okay. Actually, I'll post those and then scroll back. Cause... Oh, this is a heavy one. This is a heavy one. So just a little reminder. We're doing advice segment. It's a sub-only segment. I started with Patreon questions first. So Patreon members had priority. Now we're moving into subscriber submitted questions. If you want to remain anonymous, you could send your questions to Quad on Discord or Twitch, and he will keep your anonymity. This worked really well so far. If I don't get your question, please, please, please do not take it personally, okay? We will do more of these in the future. But whenever we do these segments, time flies by incredibly fast. Doomslayer, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Okay, so Rank said, this is a really heavy one, you guys. And remember, I'm not a freaking doctor. I'm not a therapist. I'm not claiming to be. But so often in chat, people ask serious questions, and I think it's better to set aside time to focus on them, since things can get serious
Are any DJ
and heavy.
events upcoming?
Oops. Since things can get serious and heavy, I think it's better to set aside time to discuss these things instead of doing it on regular days when we're doing things like gaming and doing fun things where we want to ignore all of our troubles. Okay, so this is a pretty heavy one. Rank asked, What do you do when your life is forever changed by a medical diagnosis of an incurable genetic disease? What do you think about this, Sasha? Rank, do you want me to read all of that the rest that you submitted, or do you want me to leave that part out? I focus. Thank you for the 8 months. Doomslayer, thanks again for the tier 1. Dude, I can read it? Okay. Thank you. So Rank said whoa. Okay, let me copy pasta that. Okay, so Rank said they were diagnosed in 2019 with, I'm sorry if I pronounced this wrong, Charcot-Marie-Tooth disease, which is a group of disorders that cause damage to peripheral nerves, the nerves that transmit information and signals from the brain and spinal cord to and from the rest of the body, as well as sensory information such as touch back to the spinal cord and brain. Damage is mostly in the arms and legs. And they said that I'll be forced to being in a wheelchair at some point in the future, as I will lose motor control of my legs and arms as time goes on. First of all, I'm so incredibly sorry to hear that. And I know sorry is not gonna change your situation. And it's actually a terrifying thing, because that's one of those, like you said, it's very rare. Those are things that as humans we think about, like, what? They always seem so far away. They seem like predicaments that can never happen to us, right? So I don't think we really get to sit with those what ifs for long periods of time to really think, like, what would we do? But if I had to sit here right now and say, like, what would I do if I found this out? And how would I prepare my life? I think you should do everything that you want to do. All of your bucket list things, I would say, if you have the means, you know what? Screw it. Especially if you live in America, get the highest credit card limit you can and go freaking travel. Go see things and go do things that you can do now while you have that independence and the ability to do those. In this case, I'm advocating to go into debt. If you cannot afford that vacation, fuck it. Go get a credit card and put yourself in debt. Who gives a fuck? If you knew this was it, look, they want us to go in debt. Don't forget that. They want us to be dependent. They make us go into debt in order to get a freaking credit score to buy the car, to buy the house. They force us to do this already. This system is fucked as it is. I would seriously say, do what you can. And maybe it's not travel. Maybe for you, it's not travel. I don't know what that is. But at least while you still have your independence, like, make a freaking list of 10 to 20 things that you really, really would like to do before you lose your independence. And, like, start checking them off, man. And I don't know what your social situation is like, but, like, if you can do it with people, do it with somebody. If you don't have that network or people that can afford to do it with you, my mind goes to travel, because there's just so many things and places that I want to see in the world. And again, I don't know what that is for you, but, like, there are travel packages, like, where you can go with people that are in the same age range as you or same, like, special interests. There might be people that, like, are really into art, so you do an art-related travel tour or food-related travel tour. I would really say, man, make the most of what you have right now so you have those memories. And like, write about it when you do them. Like, make a little journal so you have these memories. Take those pictures, print the pictures, don't keep them in your phone. But like, do what you can do now while you have that independence. And the other thing is, while I can't speak to your personal medical condition, I would say never give up hope. Because that's huge. I'm not a religious person, but they do say that religious people, you know, they tend to live long, healthy lives because of that positivity and belief system. But you can still have hope, even if you're not religious. I have hope. And while I can't speak to your specific condition, I would say get 3rd, 4th, 5th opinions. And I know how stressful that can be when you're already dealing with something so heavy and life-changing. But seriously, get multiple opinions. Look up doctors and healers who are doing research, because that's huge. There are a lot of doctors that like, hey, I got my degree and now I'm going to go practice this medicine, and I never keep up on any new research that's happening. Look for doctors that are actually interested in further educating themselves on your issue. Look for doctors who are writing research papers. Google Scholar is your friend. You want somebody who is like proactive in the medicine that they practice, I believe. And if traveling is that thing for you, I would also suggest if you travel out of your state or out of your country, go see a doctor in one of those places, because that's what I do. Medical tourism. Because trust me, you could do medical tourism and like pay full price in other countries, which is still cheaper most of the time than your copay in America, if you're insured. It's sick. It's really sick. And again, I'm laughing out of madness, and I really feel for you, man. But yeah, I would say like really live and do the most as you can right now while you have the ability to. And here's the other thing in dealing with this, like with when I've had my own issues or dealing with other family who have had issues. Don't lose yourself. While I'm saying do those things and like don't lose hope and do your research, also don't miss opportunities because you're spending too much time on those things. And I've been guilty of doing that, where I'm like, I gotta do all the research and figure this out instead of actually spending time. So like, don't overwhelm yourself. Set a freaking timer. It's like, okay, for 1 hour, I'm gonna look up this stuff. Don't spend 5 hours. Don't lose sleep over it, because it's really easy to go down that rabbit hole, and then like you're losing that real life time that you can't get back. And good luck, man. Half your family does medical tourism.
Hi, Sasha.
Yep. Funkster, thank you for the 3 months. Okay, next question is anonymous. I've become pretty friendly with the people who work the front desk of my therapist's office. I've baked for them and for my therapist a few times. To preface, I go to a therapist just to converse confidentially with an outside person. I think I've fallen for one of the people at the front desk. Let's call her Sarah. We're not friends outside the office. Advice? My thoughts are, it's a therapist I like and don't risk messing things up. I'm confused. You're into the front desk girl or the therapist? Is the therapist Sarah? Because if you're into Sarah and not your therapist, that's two different things. But here's what I'll say. I think it's the front desk girl. I think you're talking about front desk girl, not the actual therapist. Put yourself in Sarah's shoes. Sarah probably has a lot of yous that are into her. And I'm not saying that to make you jealous, but I'm saying this like, you know, bartenders. They get hit on constantly. Massage therapists. Cringe. They get hit on and harassed. I mean, to the point where it becomes harassment because people don't know when to stop. I would say in this case,
okay. The big 4-0, pensive face.
Man, that's complicated. My gut instinct says don't go there. Because again, she's probably used to people hitting on her. Or trying to get at her when she's in the workplace. On the other hand, ask yourself, do you feel like there's anything there? If you really think it's worth it, you only live once, shoot your shot. You can always find another therapist if it became a problem. But yeah, my gut instinct is to say, like, I wouldn't go there. And if you do, also be prepared to be let down. And don't take it personally. That's a tough one. If you're James Bond. Anthrocene, thank you for the 40 months. It's very easy to assume kindness for love when you're alone. Sometimes people are just being kind because they are or because they have to be. Yep. Okay, Anonymous submitted. I have started to follow a Twitch streamer for some time. They do YouTube and I have joined their Discord. They don't see me. I am just there and I can't get their attention. I do sub and it brings me joy when they say my name, but I don't know how to get their attention. I know I can help them and make them happy, but I don't know how to get them to notice me. Suggestions.
Okay.
Happy Static, thank you for the 23 months. Appreciate it. Here's the part where we talk about the issue of parasocial relationships, chat. If you don't know what that is, yes, Oogle is your friend. Oogle is your friend. We talked about this recently, but I'll say it again. And I'm not the only one to ever say it. But being a subscriber in somebody's Twitch or YouTube or wherever they stream doesn't entitle you to anything more than that. And some people take that personally, and you shouldn't. And I think a lot of streamers are afraid to talk about this because this is how we get paid. And that's uncomfortable. So by addressing it, you're risking not getting paid or losing a potential subscriber. I thought subs were for getting rid of ads. Of course they are. But also, yeah, you don't get ads. Don't forget that. You could sub to my channel for free if you have Prime. But yeah, you guys, this is something we do have to talk about a lot. When you subscribe to somebody, you mean you don't love all of your subs like your family members? When you subscribe to somebody, you have to remember, like, you're subscribing because you value their content, and that's great. And I personally freaking appreciate that. But it does exactly what Quad said. It does not mean you're in a relationship with that streamer, with that content creator. And oh wait, what was this? Oops, hold on, where to go? And I think that's okay that you get excited when they shout you out. That's totally normal. There's entire apps dedicated to that. I thought I was your nephew. Yeah, you are. And I would not sit here focusing on how you can get that streamer to notice you. Look, we shout out lurkers and say, like, shout out to lurkers because some people just aren't comfortable talking in chat, but they enjoy being here. And there are other people that are more active, and that's all great. But I would not concern yourself with getting somebody to notice you. Because at the end of the day, no streamer or content creator owes you anything. And that, again, gets complicated. Because we're able to do this as a job because we depend on people supporting the streams and the channels. And a lot of people want to cultivate communities where they preach to people like they're best friends with everybody. And that's why I actually try not to do that, man. I don't, hey besties, all that. And dudes do it too. Hey bros. Like, people do this on purpose because it gives a sense of a collective. And people want to be a part of that. So I think it's incredibly complicated because on one hand, we're asking people to be a part of our community and we're asking them to monetarily support said community, but we're also telling them that's it. It exists here and nowhere else. Agent Webster, thank you for the Prime. Nick DM, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, you guys. I used my Prime to sub a few days ago when there's no stream. If you need more Argentinian sweets, I can provide. What's up, Juan? Thank you. Gracias. I actually just found a bunch of new sweets. Or a place to get them in LA. The phrase, I could make you happy, is scary. You only know their online persona. How can you tell if someone is going to be a plus point in their lives? Yeah, like, at the end of the day, I actually agree with that. At the end of the day, I think what makes most streamers happy is people showing up and watching their stream, hanging out in chat, and being cool. That's it. But it's not your responsibility to make a streamer happy. I do think, though, I do think another part of, like, the unhealthy aspect that can be blamed on streamers, though, is that a lot of streamers come on and, like, vent. And they unload their entire days and weeks on chat. And so I think that sort of further fuels that unhealthy side of being live and having a community. I don't think that's smart. And with the amount of people getting swatted all the time these days, like, you as a streamer need to have boundaries. So I think that kind of feeds into people that are already maybe a little bit more lonely, because then they feel like, oh, I can be here to help. I watched Sasha take 89 days to kill one boss in Bloodborne, still means nothing. Callie Man, thank you for the prime, appreciate it. So yeah, you guys, the end of the day, that's not your job, and you shouldn't concern yourself with that. I hope that answered the question. Oh, this is a good one. I like this one. Okay. Do you believe moving out of your hometown is a good idea? Because wouldn't the world be the same everywhere? Hello! Vincenzo Maltempo. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. I feel like you already know the question to this answer. Or maybe you don't. Maybe you don't. But here's what I'll say. I think one of the best educations any human being can get is exposure to different cultures. To be in new places. I think it's great. I think it makes us more empathetic. I think it allows us to appreciate what we have. It allows us to want to reach for higher goals even. I think moving out of your hometown can be incredibly beneficial. But that being said, even if there are huge cultural, religious differences in different parts of the world, or even country, your own country for that matter, I think there are so many things at the end of the day that are the same. And I say that because I've met other people with similar experiences as me, where they left home right after high school. They moved to a new city, new country even. And it's funny because at the end of the day, a lot of the bullshit is the same everywhere. It truly is. It truly is. I like this reply. Somebody, Fireflower said, if you're trying to run away from yourself, that's one thing, because you can't escape your own self. But even then, a change of scenery maybe can help you grow and learn to love yourself and own your shit and get out of unhealthy patterns. But moving is no silver bullet. I think that's a great point, and that was actually really beautiful. I would say, to add to that, like, there might just be a lack of opportunities. I don't know what your particular situation is, but like, if you're gonna move, have a goal. I'll add to that. Have a freaking goal. Have an intention. Don't just go blindly. Because if you don't have a goal, you could find yourself down and out really, really fast. Especially in this economy. Seriously. But I would say, have a goal. Find a job at that place and then move there. I don't think that's necessarily what the goal needs to be, because like, look, you might have a goal of doing one thing, but to get there, you might have to work a totally different job. But I would say have a goal, understand what that is, go after it, have a backup plan, and no matter what you do, immerse yourself in that place. Don't be afraid. And especially if you're going to a place that's like completely culturally different from you, I would say most of all, like, respect and learn some of the different cultural customs, because people will not only respect you more, but you'll have a much easier time, I think. So no, at the end of the day, I think that's one of the best educations any human being can have. Travis, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Jada Ashley, thank you for the prime. Thanks, you guys. You have a picture of us from 8 years ago when I DJ'd at Saratoga, New York. Oh, it's awesome. Whoa. That's a crazy story. It's that... Okay, next question. I forget who sent this. I copied it from chat, sorry. I posted it so I wouldn't miss it. My crush says she loves me and wants to spend eternity with me. And we do stuff on a physical level. But she doesn't want to be my girlfriend, and I'm effing confused. What should I do? Huh? Sounds like you're getting played, playa. Yeah. It sounds like she's doing what she wants with no regards to your feelings. I would not mess with that. That sounds like mind games to the extreme. And she's just a crush. You'll have many more crushes. And hopefully you'll have crushes that don't play mind games. Don't mess with that. Get far, far away. Unless, I would say, if you have the emotional intelligence to get yours and create that boundary from your emotional side, get yours. Fine. Go ahead. Do your thing. But be prepared. Because that's not always possible. And if you cannot separate the emotional from the physical, cut it off. Cut it off. Rip the band-aid off. Go away. Run, don't walk. Exactly. Look, I think it's fine to... I think it's fine to have a solely physical relationship as long as you're not like lying or hurting anybody when it comes to that. But it sounds like you're really into that person. So if you're not able to remove that like emotional part from that physical part, I wouldn't even mess with it. Don't waste your time. The world is large. Doomslayer said, I'm struggling to find a relationship since the last girl rejected me. It's been 4 years now. How do I get over it? Dude. Okay. We're living in post-pandemic era. Things are so complicated right now. I feel like everybody is having issues, even if they're in relationships. We lost a lot of time. A lot of people are out of practice. So, don't overthink it. But you can't let the rejection of one person stop you. You really can't, man. And I think that's something that, like... Okay, people that have kids always hate when people that don't have kids talk about, like, what we should teach children. But I will say... Because I have friends that have kids, and they've done this, and I think it's very smart. And the majority of people I know with kids don't do this. I think this is something that needs to be taught to kids. And nobody thinks about that. Nobody thinks about that. But rejection is normal. It's part of the human experience. It really is. And you got to pick yourself up, dust yourself off, and try again. Seriously, you have to keep trying, man. Because if not, you're going to end up bitter, angry, and probably hate women. And that's not a good thing. And here's the other thing I have to say. And a lot of people don't want to hear this. A lot of people. And this is including people that I know IRL. Self-improvement. Self-improvement. Hygiene. You don't have to have money to put yourself together. And when I say that, I mean, you don't got to be the guy or the girl or other person on Instagram, on TikTok, in the mansion, in the $3,000 outfit, in the dress, the $10,000 dress, and the $10,000 suit. Put a little bit of effort into yourself. Clearly you're struggling with some self-confidence issues. I live in LA. There are a lot of fucking delusional people here. There are a lot of delusional people here. There are 6s that believe they're 10s. And they complain about what they can't get. And they always end it by saying, and look, I've got everything. I've got everything to offer. I'm talking about men and women and everything in between. One, be realistic. But 2, seriously, like, put yourself together a little bit. We talked about this a little bit earlier in stream, but like, clearly you're dealing with some self-confidence issues, and that's totally fine. That's human. But think about, what is that thing that makes you self-conscious that you maybe don't like about yourself, and work on that. And change that first. And then go out and try again. But like, you can't show up with stank breath, toenails you haven't clipped in ages, flip-flops in a bar, unless you're at a beach, and like day 3 stubble. It doesn't work. Either shave it or line it up. A Sasha makeover stream like Gay Eye for the Straight Guy would be amazing. That would be fun. And here's the other thing. I'm not saying you have to look or dress a certain way that isn't you either. You could still look and dress the way that you like and makes you comfortable. But like, present yourself a little bit. You know what I mean? So women should be brutally honest or keep saying, oh, I got a boyfriend, or you're not dating at the moment, to let someone down lightly. Ooh, hold on. I'm going to keep that. But I would say first, man, I think you got to work on yourself a little bit. But I also understand, man, we live in weird times. I think the internet, like, get off the internet a little bit and really try to find somebody that shares similar interests. And don't be afraid of rejection. Because then you also hear a lot of women complain like, oh, I joined this group thing because I just was interested in this thing. And now people are hitting on me. That's not why I'm here. Look, that's going to be the case sometimes. There are going to be people that do things because they're interested and they get annoyed. But on the other hand, I think it's important that you find people that have common interests as you. And again, if you get rejected and somebody takes that the wrong way, they also shouldn't take that personally. I think you're confused. Dude, I'm deleting that because that has nothing to do with what I said. And now I'm going to have to address that. I'm not saying do things to hook up with people. I'm saying if you are interested in something naturally, use that to meet other people. To meet like-minded people. Don't fake it. Don't do something because you think you might meet hot chicks. Do things that do personally interest you. Don't fucking fake it. I don't even know why I'm talking. Like, dude, I hate when you guys write. You guys like just invent things sometimes. It's like a journalist who asks the same question 3 times because they're trying to trip you up. Dude, I'm not saying fake anything. Just do you and be you first. And work on yourself first. And also, here's what I have to say, like, definitely look out for red flags. And don't, like, try to force something that isn't there. Anyways, good luck, man. But also, last thing I want to add to that is, like, maybe you need somebody to vent to. And don't get in, like, that bad habit of just, like, oh, I got rejected. But I think it's important to, like, share your collective experience with friends. Even if it's just one person. Just to remember, like, you're not alone in that. I like that. Corby also said you might have to get out of your comfort zone to impress someone you like. That is true. That is true. Okay. Anonymous submitted. I need water. I need water. I'll be right back.
Oh, chair, grant me your wisdom. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I can't see.
The amount of times you've had friends get mad at you when they tell me... Well, I'm going to read it as you wrote it on. The amount of times I've had friends get mad at me when they tell me girls reject them and I tell them to dress a little nicer and they jump hoops and start saying they're not going to dress like some hipster douchebag is nuts. I'm like, bro, who said all that? I mean, here's the thing. Like, yeah, seriously. Everybody has different style. Everyone truly has a different style, what makes them comfortable. But when I talk about people being delusional, some people go out in t-shirt and basketball shorts, and then they're trying to get a girl who's like, I don't know, fucking dressed to the nines. Like, do you like have to be a little bit realistic, man. You realism. Simula, thank you for the 4 months. Okay. Anonymous. Oh, here. I'll do a little reminder of what we're doing, you guys. We're doing advice stream. We haven't done one of these in like a year. So we started with our Patreon questions first. And then now we're taking subscriber submitted questions. If you want to submit a question, submit in chat. And if you want to submit a question anonymously, you can submit it to Quad, either on Discord or Twitch. And we will read it as anon. Okay, so next one. How can I end my relationship with someone who has only been wonderful to me? My life is taking a different turn that does not involve them. They've been nothing but incredible. How can I present myself as appreciative rather than an asshole? I hope to remain friends with them in the future. Ooh. Ooh. That's tough. There's no easy way to do that. The good thing, though, is that everything is positive, and as tough as it's going to be because you're the one that's going to have to be the bearer of bad news. It's not you, it's me. Oh, no, don't. But it is. It is. You know, it's the truth. It's the truth. Here's the thing. Life is too short to be with somebody just because they've been nice to you. And I think you should... What was the question? The question was, how do I end a relationship with someone who's only been wonderful to me? My life is taking a different turn that does not involve them. They've been nothing but incredible. How can I present myself as appreciative rather than an asshole? I hope to remain friends with them. I'd rather someone break both my legs and tell me it's not you, it's me. Yeah, definitely. Please do not. I think Quad was being sarcastic, you guys, but definitely do not say it's not you, it's me. Even if that's what it is, you know what I mean? Because that's never gonna go well. But I think a lot of what you said is simple and beautifully said. And I think you should just sort of start with that, with what you just said in your message. That your life is going in a different direction and you don't want to lead them on, and that you want different opportunities. Like, yeah, honesty really, as hard as honesty is, because they're probably going to be heartbroken. Don't drag it out. No matter how difficult it is. Because especially if you care for that person and they've been nothing but kind, they deserve that too. But I'm gonna have to tell you, it's very rare that people remain friends after they've been in a relationship. They did not include gender in this story, and I don't think that's really relevant. But yeah, I think you have to be prepared for them to not want to be friends. And also, that's just life, man. Like, even if you have the best intentions, it's really difficult to carry on with somebody and be friends. Yeah, I would not say... That's a good point, Corby. I would not say let's be friends when you break the news. If it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen. But I wouldn't include that in the moment. Expect a reaction. Well, they said the person's been amazing, so hopefully there won't be a huge blowout. But yeah, man, like, life is just too short, and I think you just gotta rip the Band-Aid off for yourself, but also for them, to not lead them on. And I don't think it's being an asshole. Like, it's a tough thing to do. To be the bearer of bad news, whether it's relationships or not, is a tough thing to do. But something tells me that maybe this person was financially supporting you. Because you say, how can I present myself as appreciative rather than an asshole? I feel like there's something a little bit extra there that we don't know. And in that case, well, you're gonna look like the asshole. But again, just because somebody was there for you and supported you doesn't mean you should stay with them if they're not the person for you. You could do what one of my exes did, cheat on me to force me to make the decision. Dang! Ouch. Been there. Tell them your secret life as spy has caught up to you and that you have to leave because you're putting their life in danger. Then hire a helicopter to head over with rope ladder, climb up and fly away. Oh, damn. My question, Dusty Pooh said, my question is as follows. I'm pretty much a big deal. I mean, I'm disproportionately exceptional. The top tier human specimen. How do I deal with being this fucking awesome all the time? It's exhausting. Treat yourself. Get a massage. Go to the tropics. Spoil yourself. You deserve it. Okay, so this was like a comment that somebody said when we were talking, when I was replying to somebody a few questions ago. And I think it was the one about like rejection. I've been rejected and I've been trying. So somebody made this comment. So women should be brutally honest or keep saying, oh, I got a boyfriend, or you're not dating at the moment, to let someone down lightly. So here's a little something that time and time again, I'm shocked when I have to have these. I find myself becoming shocked because I have to have these conversations with like dudes I know. But dudes will never know what it's like to be in a woman's shoes. A woman's shoes. Ever. 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 So sometimes as a woman, it's not safe to be honest. Straight up, it is not safe to be honest. So I 100% believe in communication and honesty. No, I didn't say ever. Open up your ear holes. I said sometimes. Sometimes it is not safe for women to be honest. And that's the way it is. And there is not a rhyme, reason, or recipe as to why. It's something that we feel. Sometimes there are familiar circumstances, though. There are red flags and warning signs. Sometimes you're alone, and that has a lot to do with it. But a lot of times, depending on somebody's approach, if we feel uncomfortable or threatened, we will make up a white lie to get ourselves out of that situation. Because we don't know how somebody might respond. Because I can guarantee you, almost every single woman that you know has been harassed more than once in their lifetime and has felt unsafe in their lifetime. Wiley, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. And if somebody is saying they have a boyfriend or they're not dating because they want to let somebody down lightly, the way that statement / question was phrased makes me feel like you're trying to pursue the same person and they keep letting you down. And that's when I have to say, if that's the case, I don't know if that's the case. If that's the case, there are a sea of women out there, buddy. You gotta move the fuck on and not take it personally. Hello! But if you keep pursuing somebody and they politely let you down, man, time and time again, and you think that they're single and you think that they're dating and just lying to you, man, you need to check yourself. You need to check yourself. And that tells me you have a hard time either dealing with rejection or understanding when to just like walk away. And when somebody says no, you gotta move on. Gamer Shoy, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Pinchy, thank you for the prime. Welcome, you guys. Yeah, that's the way that whole question and statement were phrased were a little bit uncomfortable. And there's a lot there that I don't know. No man wants a woman to come to them. Huh? In 2023. What? Huh? Women are not Bloodborne bosses. Don't keep falling over and over again with the same woman. Exactly. I love that. I live in a rather criminal district in Vienna. Luckily for me, I'm 6'1", large black man, so people tend to avoid me when I go on a stroll in the middle of the night. I can't imagine living here as, say, a 4'11" slender girl. Rope shocker. But yeah, dude, like that's I'm trying to some girl I follow on Instagram was like, she made some post the other day that said how to get the guy in the bar to stop trying to hit on me. I tell them my horoscope and then I start talking about my cat's horoscope. Maybe read some books. Maybe read some books on like social cues, because they don't come naturally. I'm awkward as hell. Maybe there's people that were hitting on me and I was just like, bye buddy, I didn't fucking know, right? Like these are things that some of us have to work on a little bit more than others. But here's the thing. Sometimes there's a chase. Right? There's a chase where you approach somebody, they kind of brush you off, no. And then you kind of keep trying, you see where it's at. Oh, come on, blah, blah, blah. And that's a little cat and mouse game. That's human nature. That's that chemistry of like, ooh, is there something? Is there not? Right? But like by attempt 3 or so, you gotta know if that no. Here's the thing. There is a difference between a no, absolute hard no, or even the polite, I have a boyfriend, which is still a no, but not always, because then there can be the people that's like, I don't give a fuck, we're still, it's happening, right? You never know. You never know. There's so many combinations of what's possible. But let's say you clearly understand if somebody is brushing you off when they say they have a boyfriend, right? Or if they say no. But then sometimes there's that cat and mouse that you're tug of war. Okay, is there something here? Am I going to still lean into this and try a little bit more? Right? You have to understand the difference between those two things. The leave me alone and the we're playing a little game here. Because there's a difference. On a serious note, I think the number one issue is me having autism and being unable to read those things. Chemistry's too vague for me. I'm in the dark and I'm tired of it. That's not, I don't know if that's the same person who, oh, I can open up your user one. I don't think that was you, but I don't know. Okay, so that is something that I've heard. Reading social cues is important. Tone of voice, body language. I can't comment on autism, unfortunately. I know that it is a huge freaking spectrum. And I know that what you're describing is something that I've heard to be quite common. But having autism does not mean you're an unintelligent person. And that's why I recommended to the other person who left that other comment to read books. Because I think and I hope that even if you have autism, you can, like, read into it. Like I said, even I'm awkward, dude. Even sometimes I've not got cues, right? But it doesn't mean you can't learn. And it doesn't mean you can't try. And it doesn't mean you should stop trying either. And you could even, like, you can maybe even lean into that. Who knows? Self-deprecation is a powerful, humorous weapon.
Okay.
Hey Sasha.
Who do you think is more attractive, Kate Beckinsale or Elizabeth Hurley? Modern day, not back then, now. I saw Kate Beckinsale a couple years ago in person, so I'll say her because I was like, damn. And I just thought she was cute before. And then when I saw her in person, I was like, damn. But I don't know. I need to look up because I feel like she also did a lot of weird stuff. I'm pretty bad at reading hints. They could show up with a bouquet of corn dogs wearing a Date Me Corby shirt. Get your Date Me Corby shirts available for all. But yeah, I think it's something that is... Oh my god. I think it's something that you can at least try. Even if you have trouble with social cues. Excuse me. You can educate yourself. And then again, I definitely don't think it means you should, like, give up. Dune, thank you for the 11 months. Stylist 2 vinyl, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate it. Social leper. To lighten things up, if you had to choose between being fluffy and being soft, like mochi or a sponge, which would you choose? Hold on. Mochi? Sponge. I want to be the mochi. I don't know which version that is, but I want to be the mochi. Because the mochi is like... It has like a little bounce back. But then the sponge is just kind of like... I mean, sponges have a bounce back, but they're... I like the density of the mochi. Sponge is full of air. And holes. I like the density of the mochi. Churros all day. Simple. You skipped this one. So I'm talking to this girl, and I get the sneaking feeling. She doesn't like corn dogs. Each time I bring them up, she says, again with the fucking corn dogs. What should I do? Okay, Corby. Look. You gotta choose, Corby. You gotta choose. Do you want a lady that hates the corn dogs? Oh, it's anonymous. Oops. Liars. Bunch of liars. Mod abuse. Mod abuse. He posted it in chat, man. Everybody saw.
Hello!
Wow. You noobs. Whoa, 3 hours? Whoa. The Scare Tail, thank you for the prime. Lizzie in Space, thank you for the prime. Morbius Grim, thank you for the turn. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
Okay.
2 years. Finally. Scray wave, scray shy.
Distoris, thank you for the tears. Appreciate it. Well, you guys, that was, ooh, homemade corn dogs. I would do that just for Cuerbito. I would. Also, because the homemade corn dough is probably so delicious. Stack Bradford, thank you for the raid. What's up, Raiders? We are doing advice stream. We haven't done one of these in a year, but I like to set aside time for these to answer more serious questions because they happen all the time, but they always happen like at inconvenient times when I'm gaming. And you know, most of the time we want to keep things fun and light in chat. Where do I submit questions? Okay, so here's how we've been doing it all stream long. You can either submit a question in chat, and if you want to remain anonymous, you could submit your question to Quad on Discord or Twitch. But we're wrapping it up. That last one was not a real anonymous question, so don't worry. We're just trolling and having fun. He's a liar. Corby's a liar. Don't listen to him. We are wrapping it up, but I'll do one more question if anybody has any last questions they want to ask. And if I didn't get to your question today, I'm really sorry that I didn't. We will do more of these and we won't wait another year. You should look up what Reba said about corn dogs. Corby, get on it. Who was talking about not being able to gain weight? It was something that I did want to... I had a comment, but if they're not here, I don't want to talk about it because it's gone. If you're still here, can you say... Present. You didn't notice you started in the resub message? Oh, I've been muting the TTS for this segment. That's why. Post it here because I can't find it. Where? Oh, here. CatCon screenshot and links in sub chat. Okay, I'll look later. Any words of encouragement for your cat having his teeth cleaned today? Meow 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 mix. Meow 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 meow. Meow 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 meow. Meow meow. How do you deal with... Okay, hold on. There's two people. 1 second. Let me see which is... Sometimes we get things that are really similar. And did that question get answered about the person not being able to gain weight? What gets blood out of Gucci asking for a friend? I don't know. Send me some Gucci and I'll experiment with my own blood and let you know.
Okay.
Hi, Uncle. We've been trying to reach you about your AARP membership.
Oh my god. Johnny, thank you for the 32 months. Lastborn Beta, thank you for the gifted sub. Appreciate it. It had to do with the medical condition she was going through. Okay, so... Oh. So one piece of advice I would have is medical marijuana. It is legal in many places. Look into that. If you're purposely restricting your diet, stop. But most importantly, dry body brushing. Do it. Do it. I have read about this. I've read studies on this, and I've known people IRL who have real medical conditions. Dry body brushing does wonders for one's metabolism. They need to eat, not stop eating. They're underweight is the problem. Dry body brushing is exactly what it sounds like. You start from your... Look it up. First of all, look it up because I don't want to give you bad advice, but like, you want to start with like a natural brush. You know, kind of like the old back scrubbers, but you just take the brush part. But make sure it's a natural material, not like plastic or synthetic. You start at your feet, and in small circular motions, you work your way up your body. I think they do say, which is interesting, I think they say to skip the stomach. For some reason, you're not supposed to do the stomach area. But anyways, look it up. But it's really great for people, especially because there are some people that have medical conditions that they're underweight and they're also not hungry. So that's even more complicated. So this actually helps. No crystals! Dallas, thank you for the gifted. Appreciate it. Okay, so for our last... Why did this look like it paused? Last question. I got it, Gamer. Gamer Shoy asked, how do you deal with someone who says they like you, but say they don't know whenever you bring up going serious and feels like they're leading you on? Unfortunately, they might be leading you on. I think a lot of people when they're dating, and when I say dating, I mean they're dating and they're seeing multiple people at the same time because they're not in a committed relationship. They're playing the field. They're looking at what their options are. And they're not yet ready to settle. And maybe you are. And as difficult as it might be, don't torture yourself, man. Don't keep trying when you're ready for something and the other person isn't. They're very touchy and get upset when I talk to other people. Ooh. Oh, that's double ooh. Because on one hand, they're not able or to give you a solid answer on being serious together and committed together, but they get jealous when you speak to other people. That's a huge red flag, dude. That's a huge red flag. I would definitely look for the exit sign right there. And I'm sorry going through that because, you know, sometimes in life, you're emotionally ready for something and you really are into somebody and that person doesn't reciprocate it. But don't shortchange yourself, because eventually you'll find that person that is willing, that wants and is ready to reciprocate that and is deserving of it. Because it sounds to me like you're actually being the adult and you're bringing it up. You're not living in your head with it. You're communicating these things, and that's freaking emotionally, and that's a sign of being emotionally intelligent, which I respect, and they clearly aren't on your level, and you deserve better. Boop. Reba McIntyre's a little burnt out on corn dogs. What? Why is this a thing? Pet question. Oh, man. Oh, man. I have a husky that's 15 years old. He's trouble moving around. There are days when he can't get up, but there are other days where he can move around decently. I'm wondering if his quality of life is bad enough that I should consider euthanasia. Oh, dude. I cannot answer that question for you. I'm sorry. I don't feel comfortable because everybody has their own experience. And my friend, for instance, was just going through this. And one vet said, put the animal down. The other one said didn't. And she was like able to, she's in a situation where she was able to care for the pet too. So I think that's different. Like, she works from home a majority of the time. So, she decided not to, and then was like able to be with the animal, and it passed on within like 2 months. But I would really talk to the vet, and maybe 2, not just 1, and kind of get a couple different perspectives. But I really think it's so complicated because we don't know an animal's pain level. We don't. But I think we can kind of see it. So I think you have to get your vet's professional advice and also intuitively listen to your heart and pay attention. Yeah, that's tough, man. I'm sorry. To do something silly so we don't all start crying. Reba McIntyre is tired of corn dogs. Why do we know this? Why did somebody in chat bring up Reba? Reba's hard at work assembly. Oh, it's just promo for her restaurant. Fuck this. It's promo for her restaurant. You know, chicken fingers have replaced corn dogs now. I guess we got a little burnt out on the corn dog, McIntyre admitted. Those are chicken fingers are children's food. Those are even more childish than chicken nuggies. Chicken fingers? Those are really for toddlers, man. Corn dogs are superior to fingers. Hey, I love chicken fingers. What are chicken fingers anyways? I don't even know the last time I saw chicken fingers. I got some chicken strips from Jack in the Box a few months ago, though. And they were actually better than I expected them to be. You heathen lizard. No, I want a corn dog. All good, Superbird. No, you didn't. Don't feel that way. Jay said, my cats passed at home at age 20. It's not pretty, and I believe we were a bit cruel to them. That's what I'm saying. That's why I said, like, you really gotta do some professional advice with the vets, and then also, like, really analyze the situation. The only corn dog you ever had were at school cafeteria? Oh, no, man. You got to get the fried, crunchy one. Oh, Denios. When I was a kid, my dad used to take me to the swap meet. Give me that corn dog. Oh, the best. Oh, man, the best. Have you tried the Korean corn dogs yet? Yeah. But for me, the classic is still the best. Even if those are delicious. I love cone. Nah, we're done with the advice segment. We could take it out of sub only. I think though it is time. Excuse me. It's corn dog segment now, apparently. Oh, my ear. My tinnitus is acting up, you guys. It's awful. Yes, Morn. I think it's... Oh my god, it hurts so bad. Sorry. Oh. Oh, my ear. I think it's time we bang our heads against a boss fight in Bloodborne. What do you think? Any good books on social skills? You know what? I'm gonna ask somebody I know that might know. And then I'll reply on Discord. But also, here we go. I just looked this up.
Okay.
Improve your social skills. 7 books that will transform how you communicate. No, these are more like motivational leadership type things. No, what is this? Okay, screw you. Out of that one. Here, this looks like a better one. PositivePsychology.com. They have an entire list on just this. Boom. There's a link in chat. And to another, thank you for the 2 years. And then this person wrote me back and said they'll send me a list soon. Do you have a supercar? No. Are you interested in giving me one? I'll review it. I love cars. Why subs only? Because I never do sub only streams. So, you know, every once in a while we do advice with sub only. A way to like say thanks to the subs. But we're out of sub only now because we're going to go into Bloodborne. I would give you I would is not the same as here you go. Thanks for the fantasy. Good morning. I'm lurked on the sub only advice. As someone who does not touch grass, a lot of times they're insightful. Thank you. Welcome to stream. Bloodborne. It's time for Bloodborne, chat. That 1% death was awful. I'm tempted to do not talking until I kill her again. That was so funny. I was so angry. I did a surprise short stream yesterday.
Okay.
To try and kill this boss. Do you think people who are overly energetic and optimistic corny? Do you think people who are overly energetic and optimistic are corny? Yes. I am prejudiced against overly energetic and overly optimistic people. I am prejudiced against those types, yes. They make me uncomfortable and they feel fake to me. Not Richard Simmons, though. We don't touch Richard Simmons. We're not counting him in that. He just seems great. Is he still missing? That shouldn't be funny. I'm sorry. I'm not one of those types, but I appreciate that they exist. I like knowing people out there are happy. But you know what? The thing is, okay, here's the thing. I know happy people, dude. I know people that like get out of bed in the morning They're excited, ready to take charge for the day. They're always making jokes. And they're happy people, man. I mean, they're naturally happy people. They've never dealt with anxiety or depression or really anything, any major adversity in their lives. But they don't seem fake to me. Because they're not, I don't know how to explain it. I don't know how to explain it other than that. They don't seem to present themselves, as over the top. They're genuine? Yeah, they're absolutely genuine. And I agree, it's nice to know that these people exist. It's pretty freaking cool. But there are others. Yeah, they most likely don't even mention that they're happy. They just are. Precisely, Meows. Precisely. They don't talk about it. What disorder is that? They don't talk about it. They just are. On the other hand, there are the people that are always over the top and talk about how happy they are or act happy, and they have a happy, excited voice. That shit just sounds so fake to me. I'm not gonna ruin it, but I have like a dumb idea just for a short, nothing crazy, just for like TikTok that kind of pokes fun at this. Too happy, you're selling me something. That's how it feels anyways. Yep. Your Jedi Survivor update was amazing. Thank you. Appreciate it. Usually the happiest people are hiding behind a smile. I agree with that. And I put happy in quotes because I think, again, those are the people that are super exaggerated and over the top. Do we really need to talk to be happy? No, we don't. Oh, I forget who that is. Oh, yeah. Fake happy. Sinister, even. That's just creepy, even. You just said evangelist? There you go. Lifetime movie villain. Demon. Bloodborne is full of happy people. Nope. Oh, come on. Cicero, thank you for the tier 1. Zizero.
Okay.
The chin of death. Help me! Scuba Steve, thank you for the 4 months. Refuse to lose. Come on. You're gonna start with that. Smash me again. You suck. Oh, I'm alive? How? No, I'm not. I thought I was dead. Oops. Game is too loud. Mods, how's audio? Gotta take it slow. Double of what? Which episode? Succession? Yeah, I posted a like a 2-second clip on Discord last night. Because it reminded me of Ebritus's drunk ass. What's the best percent on this boss? She was basically dead. You couldn't even see the line on her health bar. I had her and she freaking got me. Dude, Kieran Culkin is great. He needs to win an award for that crying scene alone in the episode inside of the church is all I'll say for people that don't want spoilers. Ah. Come on! We're talking about Succession. That backhand move, come on. Ah! I tried to dodge. That was my mistake. Completely. Obviously. That was awful. This isn't the one. This isn't the one. Ooh. Oh, I ran because I was scared. Look at that. That's how she always gets me. I'm in mid-roll. She freaking does the lasers and dives. How does she get both? How does she get both? That's insane. And I was fully healed that time. Fully healed. Deal, thank you for the gifted sub. Freaking laser, freaking sharks. Oh my goodness. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's where you gotta just relentlessly attack her, but I don't have enough, stamina. What if I really needed help and you mocked me? If you really need help, there's a thing called the National Suicide Hotline, and you should dial that phone number. You should not be talking in anybody's Twitch chat or Instagram or TikTok if you really need help. Twitch is not the place for help. Social media is not the place for help. If you need real help, there are resources. And this is why we set aside time for advice streams, which we're no longer doing right now. And now I'm dead. Oh, Sheila. Emily, thank you for the 19 months. I tried to roll into her. I know that doesn't work. This was one of the very first things I tried to do a long time ago. And now I'm dead. Mistakes were made. Defeatist attitude sending the elevator back. Okay, focus. Oh no. What? Huh? Oh, the poison got me. I see. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Welcome. I see. I see. Arrow. Look the devil in the eye. starting off like this. Rude. How did I even survive that? That's insane. Rude, 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 rude. Tumaru, tumaru. Excuse me. Potatoes here. So, question, if I kill her and then finish this main story game, can I go back and do Martyr later? You can. Okay. Only if we back... Okay, only if we back up. It's the third umbilical. See how he loves that wall, man. She. Damn it. Why do I keep falling for it? Mm-hmm. Where are you do? Hmm. Hmm. Oh, how did I do that? Oh. Hmm. Oh. Mm-mm. Uh. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm. Huh? Ooh.
Okay.
I'm actually going to talk only because I just have to say that this week's stream schedule is going to be different. I need to sit down and take a look at which days I can stream, since I streamed today and I don't normally stream Mondays. But I'll see you guys very, very soon. Thank you for watching. Appreciate it. Thanks for the support. See you on Discord. Bye.